Your stories for bedtime in the Castle Sleep Escapes collection begin now. Tonight you'll journey to magnificent castles from around the world and beyond, each one a unique haven for your dreams. First, drift into slumber at the Ice Castle, then experience the elegance of the spring ball at the castle. You'll find peace within the mysterious castle in the mist and the wondrous castle in the sky. Next, explore Scotland, and finally enjoy the cozy warmth of a winter soiree at a palace. Every majestic abode awaits to soothe you and offer refuge from your waking life as you delicately transition to sleep. Pamper yourself with each royal indulgence that you have more than earned. It's time to dream away. Welcome to Michelle's Sanctuary. I am Michelle, your trusted guide on this nightly holiday. Think of my voice as that of a longtime friend, here to help you feel better and cherish this time for winding down. Feel free to fall asleep at any point, knowing you are safe. You may wish to take this time to subscribe, so you may return in the future. Revel in the sanctuary of your room and mind, as you set an intention to embrace every moment of coziness that you can. Change details along the way to help improve your experience, because you are the artist of your dreams tonight. To set this tone and come down from the day, feel a wave of softness flowing through your body, unknotting any gripping or places of tension as we delve into a brief meditation. Open your mouth and let out a big sigh. Make a sound if it feels better. Paying attention to each breath in and out helps you tune into your inner world. As you inhale slowly, imagine the air takes on the fragrant notes of evergreens, wet earth, and wildflowers in a forest at night. Open your mouth and yawn if you desire, sensing the air becoming cooler as a gentle breeze brushes against your face, and you sigh, listening to the distant sound of rustling leaves and the faint, sweet scent of blooming night jasmine. Know you can always fake a yawn if it doesn't come easy. Soon your body will respond with sleepy yawns without effort. Continue again. As you inhale, maybe yawn and sigh. Continue this breathing pattern at your preferred pace. As I count you down, each count immersing you more into the storybook world of a castle escape. 5. Imagine soft, silvery moonlight bathing the crown of your head and forehead, smoothing away any lingering thoughts or worries. Feel your head relax, as if the susurrating forest breeze is whispering peace into your mind. 4. A soothing calm flows down through your face, melting away any tension in your jaw and softening your features. It spreads into your neck and shoulders, letting them completely release, as if shedding a heavy cloak at the castle gates. 3. The tranquility continues down your arms and hands, making them feel wonderfully light and loose, as if they're floating on the gentle currents of a forest stream. 2. Feel a comforting warmth spread through your chest and abdomen, releasing any tightness and allowing your breath to deepen like the quiet, steady beat of the castle clock tower. 1. At last, this deep relaxation moves through your hips, thighs, calves, settling into your feet. Imagine them sinking into the earth, deeply rooted like the ancient trees surrounding the castle, drawing up profound stillness from the ground beneath you. When you are ready, ease your breath back into a natural sleepy rhythm, letting your body take over. This is where our sleepy tales begin. The ice castle. Snowflakes fall, every individual crystal the size of a small coin, glistening and sparkling before you. They're so big and bountiful that you can see the unique lace-like designs in each one as a cluster of flakes falls down on your nose and lips and melts instantly. Each pristine white snowflake melting on you is a chilly yet refreshing reminder that you are truly alive. A wave of simple joy warms you from the inside out, sparking the playful spirit of a child on an unexpected snow day. The endless, snow-covered hills stretch before you, flowing like glittering white waves, so bright they cause you to squint. You instinctively raise a gloved hand to shield your face from the soft cascading flakes, allowing your gaze to then fully take in the jagged, snow-capped purple mountains in the distance. It's as if you've stepped directly into the heart of a living winter fairy tale, where every vista is a breathtaking masterpiece. A profound sense of wonder washes over you, settling deep into your being. Simply being here in this moment feels remarkable. As you move, you feel the gentle caress of your hand-knit scarf, woven in your most cherished color, billowing softly in the breeze. You wear a heavy winter coat, a truly custom garment you designed from thread to fabric. It's the kind of coat you may have dreamed of when lost in the pages of fairy tales or watching timeless films. Beneath this outer layer, you wear luxurious, self-warming layers that provide unrestricted movement. Your steps are silent and sure, thanks to the plush, knee-high fuzzy boots that cradle your feet in marshmallow-like foam. Their hidden rubber grips melt into the snow, helping you effortlessly traverse beneath the late day's sun. For many years, you've heard tales of the ice castle and the folklore surrounding it, so it was a delightful surprise when the coveted invitation arrived. specifically for you, and you answered that call. You proudly accept how precious it is to receive such an opportunity and to truly believe you are worthy of it. This journey is a gentle reminder. You are worthy when the universe rises up to deliver the things you've desired, hoped for, and worked for. On this wintry journey, somewhere in time, you feel a quiet guidance from within. It's your intuitive voice, leading you now like an internal compass. As you ascend the snowy hills, past evergreen trees dusted with sugar-like snow, you simply know you belong here. You feel a warm, clear welcome. There's a sense of belonging that goes deep, and a familiarity that rises like a long-forgotten dream brought back to life. The landscape itself seems alive with ancient energies frozen in the tundra. Giant ice flowers, delicate as lace, yet sturdy as stone, rise from the ground, their petals catching the light in 1,000 tiny prisms. The air carries the faint, sweet scent of frosted berries from hidden bushes, and the crisp, clean aroma of pure, undisturbed snow. Towering ice formations that resemble colossal sculptures, carved by unseen hands, rise above you. Each one is profoundly unique. Some look like grand archways, inviting you to pass beneath them to enter another realm. Others are spiraling towers, reaching towards the heavens, their peaks shimmering with an internal light. You might notice a faint, harmonic hum in the air, a subtle vibration that resonates deep within your bones with the melodies of the ice. This is the song of the frosty land. A white, fluffy rabbit, like a puffy cotton ball, blends into the snow and hops across your path, pausing to meet your gaze. You lock eyes in mutual respect and acknowledgement that you are both alive and present and belong here. The animals of the forest trust you. It's as if all the living beings of this landscape have been informed of your arrival and are here to welcome you. You walk along a babbling, silvery blue brook that bubbles and flows beneath a thin layer of ice, acting like a glass top. A hot spring feeds the stream so that it never completely freezes. You inhale the fragrant balsam fir and pine, and the cool slate smell of wet snow and the stream, crunching softly on the frozen path, you find your balance with each step. Beyond your gentle footsteps, an exquisite quiet descends. The deep snow absorbs all sound, creating a resonating stillness that settles over the world around you. The canopy of snow-heavy evergreens opens up to a clearing. You ascend a snowy hill, and the ice castle comes into view. You gently pause, feeling so incredibly awestruck by the sight of this ice castle that is ornately designed and looms above. It is not merely a structure, but a dynamic marvel, ever-changing with the subtle shifts of this land of year-long winters. Its walls are crafted from gigantic blocks of pure translucent ice, so clear you can almost see through them, yet strong enough to withstand the fiercest winds. For a brief while, the wind whisks away the snow clouds. Jagged, glittering spires reach skyward, piercing the fiery sunset sky, crowned with natural crystals that pulse with a soft, ethereal glow. As the sun slips away, the ice walls change by the second, from rich shades of magenta and amber to deeper hues of plum and azure. As you approach, you notice the intricate carvings etched into the ice, ancient symbols of peace and protection, delicate frost patterns like damask wallpaper, and shimmering murals depicting celestial maps. Tiny ice lanterns holding small flickering flames glow from within, casting soft, dancing shadows on the pristine snow. The air around the castle has an almost palpable energy, its invitation stirring in your soul. And though the castle is grand, and its peaks majestically jut against the landscape, it feels entirely unique, yet at the same time seamlessly belongs to the very environment that colors it and allows it to be. In this harmonious moment, a part of you stirs, and you consider the idea that you are allowed as well to be fierce and unique and still exist in harmony with all that surrounds you in life. It's possible to be your unique individual self while also being part of something bigger. As the sky continues to deepen into dusky blues and bands of purple, you climb the last hill that leads you to the entryway of the ice castle. You ascend a lavender blue carpet that lines the pathway and stairs into the castle. The icy doors open, and a butler stands at the door, prepared for your arrival. His smile is genuine and warm enough to melt the icy world, yet his eyes sparkle, glittering with life. He wears a pale blue formal uniform, woven from sparkling silver and blue threads. The castle is yours, and I am at your service. Please feel free to change at your leisure, he responds, greeting you with a tray that holds a whimsical icy blue mug with a sturdy handle. It contains a hot specialty drink drawn from a secret ancient book of palace recipes. The floors inside are like icy cerulean marble, covered by plush ivory rugs that are incredibly soft and warm. The butler gestures to a coat rack and invites you to change. Indoors, the air is still quite cool, yet there's a wave of warmth that circulates. You remove your coat and boots, their weight lifting away, and change into an elegant velvet and satin self-warming robe and plush slipper boots marked with your initials. You run your fingers along the embroidered monogram, once more feeling so welcome and cared for. With a nod from the butler, you take the elegant mug. A rich, fragrant cloud of steam rises from it, wafting the comforting aroma of spiced honey and lingonberries, incredibly soothing to your senses and slightly exotic. Once you take the beverage, he places the empty tray on an icy blue table that rests on 4 legs carved into the shapes of swans. Their beaks hold the tabletop, and the details are so pronounced that they appear to be real. The butler makes a quiet hand motion, inviting you to come along and follow the trail of furry rugs. Your slippers sink into the downy floor coverings, and you soon feel the heat from them and your attire, magically warming the air around you. You sip the beverage, feeling the silky, soothing elixir coat your lips and your palate, bringing you to a deeper sense of calm and relaxation. The butler guides you through grand halls where chandeliers of intricately sculpted ice hang, catching the internal light of the castle and scattering tiny rainbows across the walls. Murals of pure, iridescent ice depict scenes of tranquil snowy forests, sleeping animals, and swirling nebulae, making the vast space feel both expansive and intimately comforting. He leads you to a library where books with covers of frosted leather and pages of parchment are stacked upon white birch shelves sunken within the ice walls. The shelves themselves seem to pulse with a faint, scholarly light. There's a deeply cushioned sofa positioned alongside a magnificent fire. Its flames dance softly within a circular hearth of polished dark stone at the room's center. The butler invites you to settle and enjoy the fire, its flames casting warm orange light and dancing shadows upon the ice walls. He explains that a light meal has been prepared for you, waiting on a table alongside the sofa. You make yourself comfortable and lift an engraved silver tray cover to reveal a plate of your favorite foods prepared to perfection. Wisps of steam rise from the hand-painted china plate that depicts a wintry scene. The wind begins to whip and howl outside the ice castle, and through the vast, seamless ice windows, the delicate large snowflakes of the afternoon and the clear skies at sunset have given way to a raging blizzard. A dense curtain of white now encroaches upon the landscape. Yet inside, you feel full and nurtured, safe and at ease. Every crackle and pop of the fire seems to deepen your relaxation. The icy walls look different as the night deepens. The castle is a true chameleon, its ice walls constantly adapting to the changing weather, the shifting colors, and the subtle light of the day, painting new and wondrous hues upon its surface. You appreciate this adaptation, this going with the flow, and how much you aspire to this fluidity in your own life, to adapt to changes rather than to fight them, just letting go. The sense of ease lingers when the butler returns. His smile, warm as ever, and his eyes twinkling in the light of the fire, have a grandfatherly energy. You feel more pampered and content than you have in a long time, and this new friend is to thank. he expresses that your room is ready should you wish to retire. At the mere suggestion, a heady wave of sleepiness arrives. You gently rise and follow him, walking through the foyer and ascending upon a moving escalator of ice blocks. When you step on them, you're surprised that your slippers gently secure into the ice, holding you in place as you ascend to the second floor. Gliding higher and higher, you feel as if you are floating on a cloud as you ascend gracefully to the second floor. Your slippers become free as the escalator arrives, and you gently step off. You look down upon the truly vast room below. The chandelier, shimmering with countless facets, hangs far beneath you. You've never experienced such expansive grandeur in a home, and you simply take in this overwhelming feeling of abundance. In this dreamy moment, you allow yourself to feel rich, to feel blessed, to feel the bounty of a life that is limitless. This experience will fade into a memory that may be charged back to life whenever you wish, helping you to connect with and radiate these feelings of abundance and prosperity. Waiting for you with patience, the butler continues when you are ready, guiding you to the frost bloom suite, the most luxurious of suites in the guest wing. Rather than doors, floor-to-ceiling velvet drapes serve as the luxurious entryway into your suite. The butler parts the curtains, and you follow behind. As you step inside, a rush of warm air greets you, emanating from the crackling fire set behind a grand canopy bed. The suite is a vision of serene winter elegance, decorated in shades of icy blue, soft lavender blue, and shimmering silver. These cool, ethereal hues create a breathtaking contrast with the fire's warmth and the flickering glow and gentle dance of candlelight from unseen sconces. The firelight casts golden ribbons and deep inviting shadows across the walls. The bed's rich, heavy comforter shimmers in this interplay of light as the shadows continue to dance like puppets across the glossy ceiling and walls. Nearest the fire, you spot a massage table where a massage therapist waits for you. The butler introduces you to the therapist, who aims to help you relax before falling asleep. You inhale deeply, calm and appreciative. The room smells of essential oils, balsam fir, and winter aromas that marry the scent of fire-burning logs. The butler leaves you, but not before saying goodnight and letting you know you may ring a bell by the bed should you need anything at all. You smile and nod as he leaves, and the massage therapist greets you, asking what type of healing massage you would most enjoy. Yet she has an intuitive sense and seems to know where you might be holding tension. You let her know with clarity what you need, and it feels so empowering to voice your needs comfortably. She guides you to a private changing area where you may prepare. In moments, you find yourself resting on the warm massage table, feeling the gentle heat beneath you like a comforting body of water. You rest your face on a pillow, looking down on the exposed ice floor, not covered with a plush rug. She begins to work her strong hands and fingers into the knots and places of tension in your body, and you feel your muscles slowly melt like soft wax in a freshly lit candle. Keeping your sleepy eyes open and focused on the icy floor, she continues to knead your muscles and back as you notice images begin to appear below you. It's as if looking into a magic mirror where you see yourself in this moment reflecting back. But then, an overlay of an early memory comes to you. It's a memory of when you were truly happy, when you had an idea about something that you wanted to see happen, and it did, and you see yourself now, your reflection upon this past memory, as you take it in and smile. Hot stones are pressed and rolled across your back with a strong, steady guidance of the massage therapist. Once more, your body is released of tension. You inhale and sigh and just let go. Your eyes now focus as this happy memory begins to melt, creating a puddle below, or so it seems, before freezing again in a flash. And now, instead of the past memory, you see something in the future. You see yourself doing something you have longed to do for a very long time. This may be something you've never told anyone about before, It could be so precious to you, so important and so longed for, that it felt safer being kept locked within. But now you see this dream released and coming to fruition in the movie that plays before you on the ice floor below the massage table. And you feel almost euphoric because you remember that you are enough and you deserve this. And in the magical ice castle, you have a deep sense that you can make things happen. You gently close your eyes, still sensing the dancing shadows from the fire, like silhouettes upon your eyelids. Your body relaxes even more as the therapist presses into all the nooks and crannies of your body that have been unreachable with steamy warm towels. She cleanses your skin of any remaining oils, and you surrender. There's nothing more to let go of. You are so very relaxed and ready for sleep. From head to toe, you simply feel wonderful and warm. The last motions from the massage make their way through your scalp. Her strong, slender fingers massaging the crown of your head and temples. A tingling sensation courses all over your head, your face, then travels down your spine like a gentle electric course of warm energy. It feels so good to be you right now. She caresses your head and then squeezes your shoulders, and with a gentle pat on the back, you know the massage is over. You take a few moments, inhaling and exhaling, so ready for bed. She helps you gently rise and leaves a pair of thick, warm pajamas folded neatly on the table. You change into them and find your way to the bed, your heavy eyes nearly betraying you with every step. Another worldly feeling of tiredness arrives as you climb into the bed and nestle down beneath the heavy, heated comfort. Your head nestles atop a pile of cool, fluffy pillows that soon warm beneath you. You peer through the sheer canopy and to the skylights overhead. The wind has whipped the snow off the angled roof, and the moon above cuts through the storm clouds with a hopeful silvery glow. You feel deeply connected to the vast, infinite universe that is out there, that is part of you, just as you are part of it. The fire continues to burn and crackle and pop as the wind whispers around the ice castle, and the blizzard's ferocity returns as it roars on into the night, coating this dreamy winter escape in fresh snow. One last thought dances through the chambers of your mind, that it's possible to feel so safe in what may be considered a challenging climate, because it is possible to find a sense of safety wherever you go. And this possibility brings you peace of mind as you remember you are resilient and adaptable, and this precious once-in-a-lifetime invitation has only emphasized this further. And with this hope burning gently within you, like the tender flames dancing in the hearth, you are ready to drift into healing dreams of hope and peace. And you can gently drift off to sleep, or simply continue with the next castle tale. Spring Ball at the Castle. Oscar Wilde expressed, "A flower blossoms for its own joy." You've been dreaming of this night for weeks, ever since the ornate envelope first arrived, sealed with a pressed forget-me-not beneath translucent wax. The fragrant stationery felt as luxurious and soft beneath your fingertips as percale sheets dried in the sun, imbued with the essence of spring fields. You almost didn't want to open it, wishing to preserve the perfect wax stamp, as you wondered why we would ever abandon such lovely invitations in favor of electronic messages. The invitation to the spring ball at the Moonbloom Castle shimmered faintly with an opal sheen and silver leaf. Flourished calligraphy promised enchantment under the full moon, with ivy-covered stone walls and blooming gardens. The edges of the invitation featured small crushed petals in the paper fibers, and a playful reminder from Ralph Waldo Emerson, "The earth laughs in flowers." The invitation set the tone for all expectations. This night would be playful and whimsical, honoring the joys of spring. In elegant script it read, "You are cordially invited to the spring ball at the Moonbloom Castle, a celebration of renewal, joy, and the full moon. Your presence is eagerly awaited beneath the wisteria-laced chandeliers and starry sky." Each year, all guests gather to witness a night-blooming flower that only unfurls its petals at this spring soiree. Tucked within an ancient forest where the passage of time is unfelt, and the soul of the woodlands carries the same air of mystery and wonder, Moonbloom Castle has stood for over 8 centuries. The castle's weathered stones and hidden corridors whisper legends of the past, of a noble queen who spoke to birds and grew roses even in the dead of winter, of candlelit feasts where troubadours sang beneath timbered ceilings, and of centuries of ethereal queens and princesses who devoted their lives to preserving nature and tending to mystical gardens. Moon Bloom Castle has always been a place for healing and nurturing. The woodlands around the area are reminiscent of Germany's Black Forest. They were once a haven for mystics and stargazers who charted the heavens from the castle's observatory tower. In medieval times, the castle served as both a fortress and a sanctuary, protecting travelers from the wilderness. Its towers once rang with the peals of bells and the chants of starlit rituals. Over time, the forest grew around the castle, shrouding it in secrecy until it reawakened for nights such as this, giving you the rare chance to visit. In modern day, Moon Bloom Castle serves as a haven for both animals and rare blooms, and each year, the ball brings attention to the mission of its caretakers. Your anticipation rose every day since receiving the invitation, and you so much look forward to spending the weekend following the ball, exploring the gardens, and enjoying the getaway you so rightfully deserve. Everyone arrives by carriage, taking an old path through the woods to conjure the sense of earlier days. Your driver, dressed in a formal spring uniform, guides the wreath-adorned carriage steadily onward. Boughs of lilac and jasmine line the perimeter of the ivory roof, draping down and cascading on the breeze. Tiny pale blue lights blink gently within the blossoms. A silk jacquard blanket rests across your lap, featuring a delicate jewel-toned floral pattern. You are already dressed for the ball as the carriage glides gently along a winding path through the forest in a procession of varying carriages dressed with spring flowers and mesmerizing lights. You wear your favorite spring colors, perhaps a gown that reminds you of new petals, or a suit in the shade of a fresh sky. The fabrics feel soft and familiar against your skin, and the details, be they embroidery, shimmer, or floral accents, reflect your own unique style. The garments were tailored to fit like a glove, elegant, yet offering the same comfort as your favorite loungewear. A garland of blossoms circles your wrist, and soft slippers in the hue of your choosing cradle your feet comfortably. Sensible shoes per the invitation's insistence, for a night of dancing and exploring within the castle gates. The air is tepid and fragrant, kissed with a redolent rebirth of spring. Sweet, rich earth, a freshwater stream, and twinberry honeysuckle create a layered, intoxicating perfume. Sunlight filters through the canopy of silver fir, pine, oak, and maple trees, scattering flecks and bands of golden light across your lap. You rest comfortably on the velvet cushioned bench as the carriage bobs, and the driver does his best to mind the exposed roots and bumps along the way. A gentle breeze drifts in through the open windows, brushing your cheek with the slightest hint of an evening chill. Conifers arch above the carriage like a cathedral, then slowly part like curtains on a stage to reveal rolling meadows blanketed in spring flowers. Seas of bluebells, golden poppies, and blush pink primrose stretch to the horizon, touched by the last light of the day. It's an otherworldly view, a page from a storybook, as everything glistens in the saturated light of golden hour. Other carriages glide nearby in a quiet parade, their passengers adjusting floral crowns and gazing in awe at the unfolding scene. Many of them, like you, are experiencing the spring ball for the first time. Moonbloom Castle soon rises into view, framed by the rose-pink sky as slivers of clouds roll by in rich shades of plum and raspberry. Turrets wrapped in climbing roses reach upward as the petals flutter in the sunset air. The curving road is lined with blossoming dogwoods, their white petals drifting like confetti along the path as if to greet you. As tradition demands, your carriage halts at the foot of the final hill, where guests disembark and walk the last stretch on foot, past bluebells and beneath the awakening canopy of young leaves and cherry blossoms. Soft strains of a harp drift on the breeze as your feet land in the lush emerald grass, and you walk through the meadow as the fiery sun slips beyond the silhouette of trees behind you. Already, you feel part of a community of laughing and smiling guests who do their best to balance as they ascend the hill. The routine hill ascension has been a way for guests to feel grounded and reminded of nature's presence. You come upon a footbridge adorned with baby's breath and twinkling lights, and cross over a stream that curls around the castle. One by one, you follow the guests, approaching the grand entryway where a figure looms. Bettina, the host of the spring ball, stands luminous in the soft light. Her waist-length silver hair fall straight as blades of grass, catching hints of flickering flames, and her hair appears laced with starlight. A crown of white hyacinths and blue hydrangeas rests atop her head. Her gown, silvery blue, stitched with threads of fairy lights, shimmers like moonlit waves. Tiny silver orbs glow as they weave along the skirt like a constellation. She welcomes you with a warm embrace, her voice velvet soft and maternal. Welcome, dear. I'm so glad you made the journey here. With a delicate gesture, she pins a forget-me-not boutonniere to your costume and invites you in. The castle's great hall is flooded with the golden light of hundreds of candles and the last stretches of magenta sunlight that slips through the towering arches of windows. Tapestries of mythical creatures dancing through spring fields and lush gardens hang on the stone walls. Soft tendrils of ivy drape down the stone. Garlanded roses, blooming lilies, and clusters of hyacinths trail along balconies and banisters. There are more crystal vases of vibrant flowers than you've ever seen before. Chandeliers shimmer above, but they're softened with the cascades of trailing wisteria. The air smells of citrus blossoms and honey. A string quartet stands tucked in an ivy-covered alcove, playing a hopeful melody that echoes through the stone walls. You grab a hibiscus spritz with floating rings of citrus served in a crystal flute and follow the other guests into the central courtyard where the ball unfolds beneath an open sky. The sky deepens into bands of purple and blue as the first stars twinkle and lanterns flicker to life. Glass orbs glowing warm gold, suspended from trees and overhead arches. The breeze stirs cherry blossoms, releasing their soft pink petals in the air as they land on the dance floor. The movement of the guests mimics their grace as their gowns and jackets, with floral embroidery and silken textures, ripple and flow in the gentle winds. A table of confections rests near the garden wall. Candied violets, honeyed apricots, rose petal shortbread, and crystalline strawberries. Staff in soft pastel uniforms pass trays of lemon cordial, violet-infused water, and sparkling elderflower fizz. The ball is a gardener's dream, for no bloom goes without attention and celebration. Cordial conversations and fits of pure, childlike laughter are joined by the melodic song of wind chimes strung throughout the gardens. Some are made of glass and crystal, offering high notes while others are wide, tubular steel chimes that reverberate with a serious tone. A covered pavilion shelters dancers, swirling to the festive songs of a swing band. Beneath a marble archway, someone recites poetry about moonlight and plum trees. Bettina passes now and then, greeting old and new friends, whispering reassurances, adjusting flower crowns. Her presence a calming constant. As night deepens, her hair takes on the sheen of moonlight, and a halo seems to form around her as she gracefully ensures everyone is having the best time. Beyond the main garden lies a butterfly conservatory, and you follow a path of stones shaped to resemble lily pads. The arched glass ceiling reflects the rising moon. Inside, the warm, humid air carries the fragrance of nectar and damp moss. Lush plants, milkweed, verbena, bee balm, overflow from every pot and planter, and Edison light bulbs are strung throughout the space. Butterflies flit quietly, their wings catching the light. Pale blue morphos, monarchs with velvet orange wings, glass wings so translucent they appear to float on air alone. One lands briefly on your shoulder before vanishing like a passing thought. Everyone moves slowly and with intention, as if not to disrupt the butterfly's peace. To one side of the conservatory is a gentle stream, and along its banks Bettina waits with a net made of spun silk. She kneels beside a cluster of purple cone flowers, guiding a young guest in releasing a butterfly newly emerged from its chrysalis. Her voice is low and full of wonder. Every transformation is quiet at first, but we can't underestimate the miracles that happen in silence. You watch the butterfly take off, its wings nearly the same shade of blue as Bettina's hopeful eyes. She is the fourth generation of women who have tended to Moonbloom Castle, learning her role and purpose at a very young age. You leave behind the warm, humid air of the conservatory and step out into the brisk night air to walk farther along a lantern-lit path surrounded by topiary in the shape of birds. The path leads you to the hummingbird sanctuary, a glass-walled room tucked into one of the older wings of the castle. It's warmer here as well, filled with the sound of fluttering wings and soft, whirring hums. Feeder blossoms, scarlet and fuchsia, hang from silver hooks. Hummingbirds dart like living jewels, their feathers flashing emerald and sapphire, garnet and gold. A soft-spoken caretaker offers tiny glass droppers of nectar for guests to hold, and occasionally a hummingbird perches gently on an offered hand. One lands on your corsage, and the hummingbird caretaker helps you remain still, placing a dropper of nectar in your other hand to lure the tiny bird. It feels so magical to be so close to this delicate creature, buzzing with fervent energy as it sips the nectar. In another corner, a table with woven baskets contains rescued nests and tiny eggs in incubators, tended with quiet reverence by another caregiver. You spot Bettina again. She seems to be quite ubiquitous, sitting cross-legged beside a fountain shaped like a water lily. A hummingbird hovers at her shoulder as she captures the attention of guests. She says, "Our worldview shifts entirely when we live life as if we are guests in their world, rather than that they are guests in ours." Her words follow you as you return to the outdoor festivities, taken in with a deep sense of wonder and appreciation for being a welcome guest at the castle, in the woods, in the blooming gardens, and on this lovely planet. As the night deepens, more and more stars appear, millions of diamonds glittering overhead as the full moon rises over the castle spires and takes center stage. The music softens and the stars continue to multiply. The air is balmy, strangely becoming warmer as the hours go on. You go to the dance floor, swaying to the music, welcomed by other guests beneath the ivory chandeliers dripping in wisteria. You feel as if you are floating on the breeze, so carefree and light, guided by the haunting yet familiar melody of a ballad. As the song ends, Bettina joins the band and stands behind a vintage microphone. Her voice simply utters, "It's time." You and the guests follow her in hushed anticipation. Even the band members place down their woodwinds and brass instruments to take part in this annual tradition. Bettina guides you along a stone path lit with flickering candles. You pass marble fountains where candles float amongst lotus flowers, their light reflecting on the rippling water. Bettina leads you all to a stone garden, and in the heart of this space, a purple-black flower rests beneath a glass dome. Her long, slender fingers clasp the dome and remove it. You see the petals moving ever so slightly as she stands still next to it, waiting for guests to congregate. It's just past midnight, and moonlight catches her silver hair once more. Moonbeams reflect on the small dewdrops on the petals of the night-blooming flower. Slowly, almost imperceptibly to many, the purple-black bloom unfurls. Its outer petals gently stretch outwards, revealing a breathtaking inner world. The interior of the flower appears hand-painted, with iridescent strokes of opal, shimmering with hues of burgundy, violet, and soft gold. As it continues to open, the petals unfurl further, separating and expanding like a dozen stars nested intricately within each other. Each new layer reveals deeper, more luminous colors until the flower stands in its full, radiant glory. No one questions how or what goes into this synchronous moment, but magically every year, it always happens right on time. After the main event, the ball begins to wind down as sweet treats are passed out, as well as sleepy teas. Bettina finds you, placing a key in your hand, along with a hand-drawn map of the castle. A series of yawns follows, and you decide to return indoors to find your chamber in the moonlight wing, a secluded stretch of Moonbloom Castle reserved for slumber and dreams. The stone corridor narrows and then opens into a tall arched doorway carved with blooming vines. You place the key in the lock and open the door. Inside, everything glows softly. Moonlight spills through diamond-paned windows, scattering silver puddles across the polished stone floor. The ivory canopy bed stands in the center, dressed in sheer gauze and a lush cotton duvet, ivory white with spring wildflowers embroidered along the edges. Primrose, snowdrops, crocuses, and violets. Floral boughs of sweet pea, apple blossom, and honeysuckle drip down over the white marble mantel where a fire crackles, warming the space. You hear the distant song of crickets and night birds outside, carried on a breeze that smells faintly of lilac. French doors open out onto a balcony where you see the hummingbird sanctuary in the distance and a small koi pond below. You carefully remove and hang your festive garments in an antique armoire with hand-carved floral patterns. Wrapped in a silk robe, you enter the grand bathroom to enjoy a hot shower. Eucalyptus drapes around the rainfall showerhead, filling the steamy air with a sleep-inducing aroma. Your muscles soften and you yawn once more, enjoying this luxurious, cleansing moment. When you emerge, you towel off and change into silk pajamas embroidered with your initials, a gift from the castle and Bettina herself. The fabric is cool against your skin, delicate like rose petals, and features a spring motif in your favorite colors. You return to the bed and peel back the covers and climb atop it. The softest pillows cradle your head. A tiny bundle of lavender and mint rests atop a pillow, tied with a ribbon the color of moonlight, and a handwritten note from Bettina wishing you the sweetest of dreams. Outside, the gardens grow quiet. The castle sleeps. The embers in the hearth glow gently, and your heavy eyelids land on your tired eyes. You feel safe, comforted, and infused with the hopeful essence of spring. The butterfly conservatory, the hummingbirds, the laughter, the gardens, the music, and Bettina's serene smile weave together as your breath deepens and you long to hold on to the calming spirit of this magical night. All its beauty ushers you across the bridge to sleep. Feel free to slip into slumber or let the next story carry you onward. Castle in the Mist. The pink moon, the full moon of April, glows above the snow-capped peaks of mountains in western Romania, casting a silvery glow over the wild, untouched landscape. The air is cool and rich, with a scent of damp earth and pine, laced with a faint sweetness of myrrh drifting from unseen trees. Your journey to this secluded castle was intricate, but every step has led to this rare and wondrous invitation. You are invited to arrive with nothing, assured that every need would be met, and so you surrender to this rare opportunity to simply receive, to stop being the planner or responsible caregiver, because tonight the castle in the mist serves to care for you. You arrive at the edge of the castle's moat, where the limestone cliffs shimmer beneath the water's surface, reflecting the moonlight in fractured, shifting patterns. For a moment, it seems as though the light pulses from within in reassuring flashes of gilded light from the Earth's core. The region is known for its glowing underground caves, sparkling in the darkest of winter nights. But now, winter's grip has softened as wildflowers bloom and a persistent, calming trickling sound echoes through the forest as the land thaws. The fragrant air fills the night with something ancient and hopeful. Beyond the glistening water that protectively surrounds the centuries-old castle, the fairy tale dwelling stands tall, its turrets piercing the sky, cloaked in veils of silken mist. The structure is a breathtaking blend of grandeur and romance. Stone walls dripping in climbing roses yet to bloom, towering spires twinkling with remnants of earlier rain, and arched windows flickering with candlelight. Inside the castle walls, life may be experienced just as it was 200 years ago, but with a few updates, modern amenities remain unexposed, adding comfort but not detracting from the timeless experience one has when visiting. Stories linger in every carved detail of lovers and joyous occasions and secret hideouts when a sojourn was needed. Nestled within ancient woodlands, the wilderness thrives beneath the moon's watchful eye. In a space protected by the mountains from the chaos of the modern world. The creatures of the forest are mostly undisturbed, living out their lives in its pristine beauty. A lone white wolf stands atop a summit before her cave as her cubs sleep curled in its shadows. With a serene gaze, she peers out on the scene, a guardian of these lands, like the generations of wolves before her. Owls glide noiselessly through the dense canopy of the forest, their amber eyes gleaming in the moonlight. In the distance, the gentle calls of night creatures blend with a susurrating wind, weaving through ancient pines and twisted trees. But there is a presence in these mountains that cannot be explained by the ordinary world. In Romanian folklore, many ethereal beings keep watch in the woods. The Yeren, ethereal maidens with flowing hair and glowing skin, are rumored to dance beneath the moonlight, deep within the forest's heart. Dressed in flowing gowns, their songs weave enchantments with the hooting of owls and the nightingale's melody. Many old trees, gnarled yet resilient, rustle in the breeze with soft murmurs. You allow your imagination to wander to pleasant imagery in this world that inspires oil paintings and dreamy fairy tales, wondering what discoveries may be found tonight. A low, resonant groan shudders through the air as the drawbridge begins to lower. The metal squeals, reverberating over the gently lapping water below, piercing the otherwise tranquil night. The sound is an announcement of your arrival. As you step forward, the wood is solid beneath your feet, yet its weather-worn surface has a velvety softness that hushes beneath your steps. The water below swirls gently, the ripples catching glittering fragments of moonlight. You pause for a moment, looking down, inhaling deeply the scent of cold stone, water, and distant fire mingling in the night air. The castle reflects on the water, bleary like a watercolor, in shades of silvery blues and grays. Beyond the bridge, the castle's grand entrance looms ahead. Twin doors carved from age-darkened wood, their surface adorned with intricate engravings of wild roses and stars and moons. The mist lingers at your feet, swirling and shifting like the low hemlines of the dancing maidens in dresses. Lunar light becomes tiny prismatic orbs as it refracts in the mist. Its translucent lavender gray clouds slither up the stone walls and curl around the heavy iron sconces that flank the entrance as if reluctant to part from this enchanted refuge. With a pull on a long rope with a red velvet and gold string tassel, the heavy two-story doors swing open on silent hinges. The warmth inside is immediate, bringing the aroma of freshly picked flowers and burning candles. The main hall is vast yet intimate, with two spiraling staircases that lead to windows on each side. A grand stone hearth crackles with an amber fire between them, casting gold and shadows across the floor. Velvety woven tapestries depict long ago scenes in the Romanian wilderness, their jewel-toned colors deep and rich against the smooth stone walls. A grand chandelier, dripping with crystals, holds dozens of flickering candles that cast ripples of shadows and gilded light throughout the hall. Near the entrance, an elegantly carved wooden table awaits, bearing a welcome message and carefully chosen gifts. Tied in thick crimson satin ribbon, you discover a plush robe, impossibly soft, in your favorite color. Embroidered along the collar, your initials gleam in delicate gold thread. Next to the robe, a pair of regal slippers lined with fluffy fabric and dense foam also display your initials. You slip out of your coat and into the robe, feeling its luxurious weight against your skin as its tie hugs around your waistline. Removing your shoes and placing them in a basket, you slide your feet into the slippers, the warmth sinking as the foam contours around the curves of your soles. You sigh, feeling part of royalty for this one night, each delicate moment offering the reminder that you deserve every bit of softness, comfort, and luxury that the castle allows. For tonight, this is your home. Outside, the mist lingers in the moonlight, rising higher up the castle walls as you take this time to explore the many rooms and chambers waiting to be discovered. The halls are quiet, save for the soft echo of your footsteps upon vibrant time-worn rugs. The more you walk, the more you take delight in the reality that this castle is truly yours to explore. Even in the vacant space, you sense the energy of past occasions and joyous gatherings. The walls of this castle have seen so many changes, and yet, like the ancient trees of the forest, they remain as strong and protective as they were centuries ago. Traces of the past remain within them, and you enjoy this energy as you wander through the castle without a plan, led by a gentle, intuitive pull, something deep within. You are guided down a long corridor with sapphire rugs and candelabra sconces dripping in sapphires and crystals. You come upon doors beneath a cathedral archway, the color of moonstone. Candlelight warms the entryway, draped in ivy, and you dip beneath the threshold to discover the midnight garden room. Silk wallpaper in nocturnal hues shimmers under the glow of suspended brass lanterns, their soft golden light casting a dreamlike ambiance. Elegant, oversized magnolia flowers and violets outlined with metallic gold stand out on the wallpaper. Yet beyond the motif, exotic blooms unfurl in silver and violet tones, overgrown and vivacious in this garden sanctuary. You peer up at the high ceilings to discover diamond-shaped skylights that frame the star-laced indigo sky and luminous moon. By day, the midnight garden offers a place to sunbathe, but now you discover the perfect time to bask in the moonlight. The moon peers down, its pale glow illuminating a sliver of the snow-capped peaks in the distance. The air is thick with a fragrance of damp soil and blooming jasmine, mingling with the crisp night breeze that filters in through a lattice of delicate vines. You wander through the indoor garden amid the stone walls and a glass extension. It's a place unlike any garden or greenhouse you've ever been to. You carefully brush your fingers along the leaves of unfamiliar flora and abundant monstra walking along to encounter vibrant fuchsia hibiscus. Some surfaces of the petals and leaves are waxy and strong, while others are delicate and as soft as silk. Their scents are mysterious yet soothing. Stargazer lilies yield to the moonlight, bringing an exotic sweet nectar to the air. The room is kept quite humid, although a slightly cool breeze circulates through the space. A wrought iron cafe table has been set for you, with a delicate porcelain cup, steam curling from a teapot adorned with moonflower etchings. You settle atop the black floral satin cushion of a metal chair and take in this tropical midnight garden in the heart of the mountains. You pour yourself a cup of fragrant herbal tea, the blend subtly floral with a hint of citrus and spice. A small note penned in an elegant slanted script rests beside it, for you to sip beneath the moonlight. It reads, "The keepers of the castle remain unseen, tending to your needs without intrusion unless requested. Their presence is felt in the smallest of gestures: warm slippers, waiting tea, lanterns that burn just bright enough to guide your way. The staff prefer it this way, reveling in their own privacy as you enjoy yours. But should you need anything, they are only but a bell ring away." You settle for a while, with no rush or plans, watching the moon overhead as you sip on tea in the garden. Once you've enjoyed your last sip, a pang of curiosity urges you to explore the next room. Concealed behind a curtain of wisteria are two French doors with rose quartz handles. You grasp the unsmoothed gemstone knobs to step into the crystal room. Candelabras light the room, their tiny flames becoming mighty in the reflections of gemstones and crystals that adorn the space. The crystal room shimmers like an otherworldly cavern, the stone walls glistening with embedded gemstones. The natural facets of these stones transform the dim light into a kaleidoscopic splendor. Purple amethyst and cobalt blue agate tables rest on moonstone legs, each slab displaying intricate bands of color as if hand-painted by Mother Nature. Rose quartz and morganite sconces hang on the walls, adding warm and romantic pink hues. A velvet-draped vanity catches your eye, Its surface holds delicate vials of essential oils. Resting in the center is a necklace, a gift with a note. The pendant is an iridescent opal, shimmering with hidden colors, suspended from a fine silver chain. The stone reminds you of the moon. A small eyedropper beside it invites you to anoint the stone with oils of your choice. You take your time sampling each one and choose a scent that resonates. Perhaps lavender for tranquility or sandalwood for warmth. Letting the drops seep into the gem before draping it around your neck. The cool stone rests against your sternum, pulsing faintly, as if coming alive with your touch. Through another arched doorway, you return to the regal halls that open up and widen into 6 doors that lead into a library. As you enter, you find the room to be the most quiet in the castle. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves help absorb the sounds that otherwise bounce off the stone walls in other rooms. The dry air is rich with a scent of aged parchment and worn leather bindings. Flames engulf 7 logs in the largest hearth you've ever seen, adding crackles and pops and the sweet peppery smell of wood smoke. A Maine Coon cat curls up by the hearth, purring contentedly. She flicks an ear, but does not stir as you move throughout the library. Your fingers brush against the embossed spines of books written in languages you may never understand. The crackling fire casts an amber glow, inviting you to linger, to lose yourself in the stories of those who came before. You pluck a book at random, its pages thick with handwritten script and intricate illustrations of constellations. Though the words are unfamiliar, you are drawn in by the beauty of the text and artwork. You walk by the sleeping cat and give her a gentle pet as she nuzzles her head against your palm. Her silky, thick fur retains the heat of the fire and warms your hand. You wish her good night and continue onward. The next passageway is marked by a spiral staircase made of centuries-old hand-carved stone. The railings feature engravings of musical notes and harps, guiding you to the music room. The space is a musician's dream, a playground of instruments illuminated by stained glass lanterns. Ornate instruments rest in glass cases. Violins with mother-of-pearl inlays. A harp with strings that shimmer like spun gold. A self-playing black grand piano, its keys already moving, fills the air with a melody as sophisticated as the room where you now stand. You approach, hesitating, before whispering the name of a song that you'd like to hear, a tune that holds meaning for you. The piano responds instantly, shifting into the melody as if it has always known your request. Long ago, visitors would have expected this to be the work of spirits, but it's the cunning application of modern technology that gives the piano the power to play nearly any song on command. You settle onto an emerald velvet chaise lounge, gazing through stained glass windows that overlook the darkened forest below. A silver stream winds through the trees, catching the moonlight in gentle ripples. You stay until the song finishes, feeling a heady sleepiness take hold. Your mind tries to fight it off as you rise with a burning desire to explore every room in the castle. And so, you leave the music room for a narrow corridor that leads to the wing of the castle where you will sleep tonight. Frosted glass doors lead you into a spa chamber. A stone bath, deep and inviting, steams with warm, mineral-rich water. The scent of lavender and wild thyme rises in soft tendrils, curling through the candlelit air. With stone floors and dim aqua lanterns, a massage chair, sauna, and steam room give plenty of options for winding down. A towel and silk pajamas are folded neatly on an elegant mahogany table, with table legs carved into the whimsical shapes of goddesses in long flowing gowns. You slip into the bath water, feeling the healing salts easing tension from your muscles as moonlight pours in from the mullioned windows overlooking the moat. The tension of the journey melts away, replaced by the weightless sensation of floating between wakefulness and a dream. Once done with your soak, you rise and dry off in the sauna that smells of fresh pine. You then settle in the massage chair for a little while, nearly dozing As you close your eyes and let a succession of kneading and firm pressure relieve your muscles before falling completely asleep, you rise, making your way to the bathroom to brush your teeth before ascending one final staircase. The stone steps circle again and again and again, rising up into the tallest turret of the castle. The sky-high suite has always been referred to as the Tower of Dreams. Throughout history, it has served as the chamber for royalty and creative minds seeking guidance and wisdom from their dreams. You ascend slowly, feeling your robe sweeping across the stairs with each step. The stairwell is illuminated by soft orbs of light that hang like stars between each step. The door ahead is decorated with silver filigree, curling and swirling constellations. The circular bedroom suite features deep indigos and moody midnight blues. The walls painted like the night sky, speckled with tiny flecks of silver. Thick, royal purple velvet drapes frame the tall cathedral windows, beyond which the stars gleam in perfect clarity, and the pink moon glows with a lush aura. Crystals shimmer in delicate strands across the windows, refracting the moonlight into prisms of blues, violets, and silvers, creating the illusion that the very atmosphere around you is fluid and dreamlike. The soft mist shrouds the world outside in graceful waves, undulating and slipping through shadows and wrapping around the castle. A king-sized bed awaits in the heart of the suite, its antique wooden frame carved to emulate the twisting trunks of ancient trees, reaching for the starry canopy overhead. The mattress is blanketed in the softest bed sheets, and a silk comforter woven with threads of shimmering silver that glisten with the faintest touch. 7 plush pillows are piled high against the headboard, and you peel back the covers and climb atop the elevated mattress. You sink into the bed's embrace. The linens cool at first, but quickly warm to your body's temperature. Your eyes close, though they long to remember the castle rooms and all their whimsy and comfort. As you drift between consciousness and sleep, these comforting thoughts help usher you to slumber. You are safe. You are home. You are part of a magical, awe-inspiring world. The gentle but persistent tug of sleep continues until you give in to its gentle current. You might doze off peacefully or remain with me for the next adventure. Castle in the sky. Not many people find their way to the land of fairy cliffs with ease. Some hear about the lengths required to travel to this idyllic setting and talk themselves out of making the trek. But legend has it that for hundreds of years, on the cusp of a full moon, a mystical series of spiral stairs would descend from the clouds at sunset and land on the highest cliff, known as Mother Cliff. The limestone and sandstone cave walls of this sacred valley, deep within the fairy cliffs, are covered in murals depicting pearly aquamarine steps leading to a castle above the clouds. Like many things in life, the trek to the fairy cliffs was far easier than all the overthinking and anxiety one might have when considering such a grand adventure. And this is why you simply took a leap of faith, quieting the voices in your mind and replacing them with a mental image of yourself standing above the cotton candy clouds of sunset. As you indulged in this fantasy, you reveled in visualizing the dreamy palette of colors and the sense of accomplishment you would feel just below their zenith. You arrive at the sacred valley with ease, having traveled by caravan through a desert at night to arrive at the coastal village in the morning. The late afternoon sun pours over you in lustrous honeyed light. You dress in billowing layers made of breathable fabric. The sun warms your exposed skin as a tepid breeze travels through the threads of your linen attire and kisses your skin. The air smells sweet and salty, aromatized by abundant native honeysuckle and the nearby sea. Dozens of fairy cliffs grow out of the rich red earth, sculpted like the tips of fairy wings. In some ways, they remind you of seaside castles made from handfuls of dripping sand set out to dry in the sun. It isn't hard to find Mother Cliff, for it rises twice as high as the surrounding formations and shimmers brightest in the last of afternoon light. The promise of peace and serenity is so great that you have taken the path less traveled, even though it requires more of you. You want to believe in the magic of a castle in the sky, and that yearning brings an unmatchable level of determination and fortitude. And as you approach the base of Mother Cliff, you recognize that you are more driven by love and hope than by fear. You begin the ascent, knowing you have ample time to reach the peak before the enchanting light of golden hour, when the stairs often appear. You stay consistent, one step at a time, and change the mental lens through which you view the challenges of the climb. Your muscles are tired, but instead of a mind burdened with complaints, you celebrate their soft burn and are overcome with gratitude that you have the stamina and good health to make the climb. Every step becomes a victory as it brings you one step and one breath closer to the panoramic vista. And secretly you hope it brings you closer to the chance to explore the castle in the sky. The path is dusty and covered with red-brown stones that make it easy for your shoes to grip the earth. Mounds of stone rise around you as you walk through a narrow, grassy canyon. The tall grasses sway in the breeze, whispering the encouragement for you to continue. The grasses brush against your legs with a gentle massage. You place your hands on the stone walls to balance, feeling the heat they retain from the afternoon sun. You run your hand across the gritty rock and trace the lines of color that change the higher you ascend. The ribbons of color roll in waves of amber, scarlet, taupe, burgundy, and sienna brown, and the sweet perfume of honeysuckle permeates the gently flowing air. Many of the surrounding formations have caves that once served as homes. But on this trek, you are the only person you have come in contact with. You arrive at a summit and pause to take in the views of the fairy cliffs and valley, now standing higher than all the other rock formations. You take in a deep breath and smile as the sun dips lower and casts the panorama in gilded light. You trust that you will arrive before the sun disappears completely and continue upward on the arduous path. Time escapes you, and you round the last bend, overcome with new thoughts and ideas that replace the typical chatter of your mind. You become aware of your thoughts and are grateful for this awareness. For you are so much more than these ideas that race around your head. You are full of life, and each breath and beat of your heart reminds you as you come to the peak of Mother Cliff. From here, you can see the distant sapphire waves of the sea to the east, and the desert you traveled through to the west. Wispy clouds ride in on the breeze, and you stand in their cool mist. The sun lowers beyond the horizon, and the sky erupts in pastel pink, vibrant orange, raspberry, lavender, periwinkle, and amethyst as puffy clouds arrive. You stand among the spinning swirls of color and take a deep breath. You close your eyes and feel the healing energy of Mother Cliff. Your feet rooted and steady, while the crown of your head tingles with aliveness, and your arms rise overhead to stretch. Standing among the clouds, high above the valley and sea, you open your eyes and see the soft glow of a full moon rising as the sun slips away. A glimmering shade of peachy pink. The moon reminds you of a cantaloupe, shining through the gradient of pink, purple, and orange sky. The dreamy palette makes you feel light and ethereal as you stand on the peak and watch as a corkscrew of sparkling blue light descends from the sky. The glittering particles come together to form an aquamarine staircase. Beneath the creamsicle-hued clouds, you cannot see the fortress, but somehow know it will be there. And so you ascend the spiraling stairs with hope, climbing more than you have ever climbed before, winding around and through the clouds as the cool condensation settles on your face and arms. You rise above the lower clouds, feeling lighter with each step. As if freed from gravity, you begin to float and hover above the remaining steps. It feels as though you are entering a portal into another world. You land at the end of a walkway made of rose quartz. From shades of pinkish ivory to rose pink and salmon, you wander what is considered to be the path of unconditional love. You take in the healing vibrations of the rose quartz path. Whether real or imagined, their healing powers matter not. because your mind is so strong that simply pretending is enough for your body to feel safe and nurtured by loving energy. Bubblegum pink and light purple clouds hover above the walkway. The air is cool and misty. It smells clean, yet feels otherworldly. And though you walk alone, you pick up on the energy of all those who have experienced the same. The remnants of their healing journeys present in whispers about how lucky you are to be of the brave souls to make it this far. The sky darkens and the breeze clears the clouds away with intention, guided by an unknown force, to reveal the castle in the sky. A Pegasus flies before the moonstone gates. Her large fluttering wings clear the last remaining clouds to reveal a twilit sky. Moonlight reflects off the iridescent railings surrounding the castle. The Pegasus lands on the rose quartz path, and you intuitively glean that the mythical creature is here to offer you a ride. How peculiar it is to be offered help long after you have traipsed on foot and climbed throughout the day. And yet excitement and gratitude fill your heart as the Pegasus lowers her grand silvery white wings and bows down. You carefully pull your body over her muscular back and wrap your arms around her velvety white neck. She inhales deeply, and you do as well, and then takes flight in the sapphire sky. Together you fly around the moonstone towers of the castle that overlook the vast sapphire sea below. The deep shades of blue from the sky reflect off the white marble walls of the castle. The glow of the full moon creates a halo around the palace. Your linen attire billows and flows behind you, taken by the evening air. Your stomach rises into your chest. Your heart flutters, and your insides tickle gleefully. You smile and laugh as a child does when having the sensation riding over rolling hills for the first time. You feel free. You feel happy. For thousands of years, the Pegasus has represented the ability of the human imagination to transcend life on Earth and peer into the magical beauty that goes beyond everyday life. The ebony eyes of the Pegasus twinkle with determination and deep wisdom. And as the strong animal glides towards the castle grounds, her iridescent corn silk tail hypnotically fans out on the breeze. Moonbows form as lunar light refracts in wispy clouds that dance around the castle. The Pegasus's ebony hooves land among the moonbows, and the majestic creature comes to stillness and once again bows down. You lift your leg over her spine and slide down her muscular body. You stop to lovingly thank her and stroke her white mane as she stands to full attention. She leans her muzzle towards your face, and you hug her, pressing your forehead against hers. You inform her this is an experience you will always remember. The Pegasus reminds you how important it is to be creative and imaginative. For many problems are more easily solved by an imagination than they are by a critical mind. And of course, beguiling adventures are more readily enjoyed. You say goodbye, and the Pegasus takes off with her mystical friends in the sky, flying through the clouds and towards the moon. The castle grounds sparkle with white marble fountains that shoot out turquoise water that reflects the moonlight. Lotus flowers glide across floating pools, their lush petals covered in iridescent beads of water. You saunter across the grounds to the entrance to the castle and stand before the moonstone door. You run your hand down the cool, lustrous white stone, known to impart inner clarity, awaken intuition, and channel hope. Like the rose quartz, like the pastel softness of sunset, it evokes a healing, divine feminine energy. You feel liberated to let down your guard and embrace the softness within you. It becomes easier to breathe and flow through space when you embrace the serene comfort of this energy. You place your hand on the polished rose quartz knob and open the gleaming white doors into the palace. You feel as if you have been here before, or maybe you experienced this kind of whimsical beauty in stories told to you, as your young mind was developing. You reconnect with the feeling of wonder you once felt when imagining soaring above the clouds and encountering magical beings. An ethereal woman with long flowing hair, dressed in a chiffon gown the color of the moon, sits by stained glass windows that are open onto the night. Many of the hundreds of windows in the castle are comprised of stained glass that recreate the most beautiful scenes to be found in the sky and in nature. The woman is unaware of your presence, lost in the strings of her golden harp. The sweet melody causes your body to sway. It takes a while before you realize that you are moving to her sound. Though wordless, the song of the harp imparts a feeling of authentic love. The vibrations of the music radiate all over your body. Pleasant goosebumps form on your skin, and the muscles in your face relax. Your jaw softens, and your mouth forms a smile as you let out a sigh. The harp player turns her face to you as her slender fingers continue gently plucking the shimmering strings. She smiles kindly. Delicate lines form around her eyes, the image of a woman who has smiled and laughed often throughout her life. She mouths the word welcome and then turns her gaze back to the moon and her attention to her nocturnal song. You wander through the wide halls of the castle, traveling from room to room, ceiling murals and paintings hung on the white marble walls reimagine the heavenly sky. The castle rooms are lofty, and their colorful windows open out onto the night. Sheer ivory and bright white chiffon drapes soften the brilliant moonlight and undulate on the breeze like gossamer. Clouds rise around the castle walls, and open windows in delicate white wisps. Clouds rise around the castle walls and pass by open windows in delicate white wisps floating through the night. The night sky breathes in an ever-changing rhythm of its own design. You pass through a library with shelves that run wall to ceiling, overflowing with books, cast in the amber light of a fire in the stone fireplace. You enter the room and walk to a blue agate table to discover a heavy book thousands of thin pages edged with gold. Your index finger leafs through the pages and randomly lands on a passage with words written in an elegant handwritten font. The passage is a quote from Rumi. Only from the heart can you touch the sky. You feel a warm wave of energy radiate through your heart center, knowing that it was your heart that took you on this journey. It is your heart that helped you commit to each step without any guarantee, and yet you made it here to the castle in the sky. You feel both appreciative and quite tired as you leave the library and follow the wide hallway to the skylight room. Stars glitter across the navy blue sky through the glass ceiling. There are more stars than you have ever seen. One of them shoots across the sky, and you think about all the wishes made by children when they first learn that stars are for wishing. And with a childlike spirit, and with the fortitude of a resilient soul, you look to the stars and make a wish specifically for you. Perhaps the wish is so personal that no one ever needs to know. You may nurture it and tend to it in the garden of your mind and in the sanctuary of your sleeping and dreaming life. A plush pastel carpet in hues of a sunset sky, lined with gold fringe, cascades down a grand marble staircase that leads to the wing of bedroom suites. You climb the stairs, the last climb of the day that will come with a reward of sleep. The plush piles of the rug make it feel like you are walking on clouds. You arrive at the landing and wander down a hallway with wall-to-ceiling windows that look out onto the turquoise water of the fountains and the dreamy night clouds rolling in. And far off in the distance, you see the silhouette of the Pegasus and her friends flying before the full moon. You approach the double doors to a bedroom suite, and your hands land on two sky blue doorknobs made of smooth celestite crystal. The doors open and a soft breeze meets you. The room is airy and cozy at the same time. The soporific blue celestite crystals comprise the four posters of a king-sized bed. Celestial blues and varying shades of white accent the room. You approach an armoire that has a mosaic of blue and pearly white gemstones on its doors. You open it to discover a satiny, lightweight robe that you change into. The fabric is so soft on your skin, it almost feels as if you are wearing nothing at all. Double doors open onto a private terrace where you discover an outdoor clawfoot tub surrounded by wispy clouds, overlooking the stars and moon. You dip your fingers into the water, and the temperature is perfect for you. You inhale and smell the lavender and chamomile oil that have been poured into the bath water. As you undress and submerge yourself in the healing, silky bath water, your muscles feel lighter and more relaxed than they have in a long time. You close your eyes and feel as if you are floating across a sapphire sea. You surrender to the flow of the tide and then imagine yourself being transported to the night sky, drifting across it with the ease and grace of a Pegasus. You can hear the quiet melody of the harp, joined by the distant sound of the ocean. You open your eyes and look at the sky one last time, knowing the heaviness of your eyelids and the sleepiness you feel will take over. But when they do, the awe-inspiring images encountered throughout this magical day will reappear in your dreams. You rise out of the tub and dry off with a heavenly towel and slip back into the lightweight robe. You drift across the terrace and into the bedroom suite. Within moments, you are tucked beneath the lush comforter and sinking into the pillowy mattress. Your lids heavily fall on your tired eyes, and you sink deeper and deeper down into the softness of this moment. You are the most comfortable you could ever be. And you inhale and sigh with the night. Your exhale is like the wind that ushers you across the sky and across the bridge to your sleeping life. Whether you fall asleep now or your journey continues into the next chapter, feel the sense of peace that permeates this moment. Mystical Castle in Scotland. Your feet step upon the lush emerald green blanket of dewy grass that ebbs and flows through the rolling landscape that spans beyond your sight. The vibrant shades of green contrast the dusty gray sky, in which puffy lavender clouds drift in from the sea. Further out at sea, the underbellies of the clouds are an ominous charcoal gray and warn of a storm on its way. But for now, you have time to enjoy the last of the daylight hours before the rain begins. You inhale deeply, and the salty seaside air marries the fragrant, sweet aroma of the wet grass. Your feet are adorned in lace-up boots that keep your toes dry and warm from the wet earth upon which each step leaves a small imprint. And as you walk, you feel more and more relaxed and in tune with the surrounding beauty. Your mind is so still, you feel as if you are an observer in a dream or a witness to a movie of your own life. This distance allows you to experience the world around you with a heightened awareness and appreciation. The sea is a soft whisper, carried on the cool breeze that causes your breath to condense. You are wrapped in a heavy trench coat that hugs around your waist, and a scarf that keeps your neck warm and comfortable. The cool, clean air is refreshing and gives you a sense of relaxation one feels when immersed in the fresh air of the countryside. There is a forest at the edge of the sprawling property, abundant with feathery pine trees that point towards the sky and narrow peaks. You hear an unusual sound as you get closer to the edge of the greenscape. The smell of pine reaches your nose and soothes you internally when you take in a deep breath. A wide patch of Kelly green moss stands out like a sandbar surrounded by fallen pine needles. You see a majestic grouse known as a capercaillie. His shiny ebony tail is like a Japanese silk hand fan, with white swatches that appear to be hand-painted in quick, sharp brushstrokes. He sings out to you with a gurgle and sound of a cork popping off a champagne bottle on the strike of midnight on a new year. His neck and chest are an iridescent deep shade of green, and nature's thick stroke of red eyeliner rises above his eyes. With his head raised, his yellow beak curves towards the sky and looks like the beak of a bird of prey. You meet his eyes, and he continues his song, once again directing his beak towards the sky. And you imagine he is warning of the storm on the way. You softly smile and nod slowly, communicating and understanding. Once abundant in Ireland and Scotland, the copper caillie is now an endangered breed. In his presence, you feel tied to the history of the land, envisioning the days when these birds were abundant and the world was quite different. You feel connected to the land and its history, its trials through time that have landed to the here and now. A sanctuary of sorts for you and the capercaillie, nestled within the glorious span on the Scottish Highlands. The capercaillie turns from you and dashes into the woods, and you look to the stormy skies and decide to return to the castle. You walk along the rolling hills of the property, and near the edge of a sea cliff, you open your mouth and yawn and taste the salty mist on your lips before you rise and sigh. You open your mouth and yawn and taste the salty mist on your lips before you let out a sigh. You watch the waves roll in. With an intense purpose, they slap against the rocks that surround the beach cove. And for a moment you see how nature gives you permission to feel. The raging waves give an assurance that at times it is okay to feel stormy. The delicate rains that fall over the sea and begin to move towards land give you permission to cry and to let go of all that you are holding. When you feel full of emotions that need release, you may think of these voluminous clouds, ready to pour rain onto the earth. The clouds, the sea, the land do not hold a grudge and cast judgment when these naturally occurring things happen. This idea inspires you to let go of judgment when you ride the wave of emotions that come with being human and being part of an ever-changing landscape. You look back towards the greenery behind you before you turn your attention towards the pink sandstone walls of the castle up ahead. The walls appear more vibrant and saturated in color, in contrast to the dark grays and purples of the incoming storm. A fog is slithering in like a chiffon scarf, coating the land in a white cast, and you see its gradual movement towards land. You walk towards the castle along the coastline and soon find you are within the embrace of the fog. You can still make out the 2 turrets of the castle that rise above the massive structure and house bedrooms that offer coastal views, like the top of a lighthouse On a clear day, you can almost see forever. In this peaceful solitude, in the mystical fog, the constraints of time seem to disappear. For you could be anywhere in time and history now. Like in a dream, the lushness of the landscape and vividness of the experience is timeless. You approach a windy stone path that leads to the entrance of the 5-story castle that is now wrapped in silvery white fog. You hear your feet crunch on the tiny pebbles as the first drops of rain begin to fall and splat against the earth. You look forward to the dry warmth that awaits you in the castle's historic walls. The staff is on hand waiting for you and has served the property for decades with love and care. They are like family and carefully tend to your needs. You come to the front of the castle as darkness sets in. There are 2 lanterns, one on each side of the main entrance, and the flames within burn brightly and illuminate the outline of the door. Even beneath the blanket of fog, you can make out the orange marmalade glow and flickering flames that burn brightly within the protective glass enclosures. You take in a deep breath as you open the oversized door. Royalty and the most creative and brilliant of minds throughout history entered through the same opening into the renowned castle. As you enter the doorway, it's as if you can see the door opening through the years and the brilliant souls who graced through it. They appear like holograms, like spirits traveling on the fog, rushing into the safety of the stone dwelling. It soothes you to sense them, to know how many brave souls have thrived throughout history in the sanctuary of this castle. The entrance leads to a foyer with antique furnishings and modern conveniences that honor history but provide a sense of modern comforts. In the 15th century, the castle was drafty and cool, but is now dry and toasty. You relish the sensation of the wave of warm air enveloping you. A fluffy, white, long-haired cat named Basil dashes down the grand staircase to meet you. As always, she anticipates your return and rubs up against your legs, purring affectionately. The head of housekeeping greets you. She arrives with monogrammed slippers and a velvet scarlet robe. She removes your coat and scarf and takes your wet boots as Basil weaves between both of your legs. She helps you into slippers and the robe, and you thank her before she leaves to tend to your wet belongings. On nights like this, you often like to wander the rooms of the castle, listening to how different the rain sounds in various wings. 2 staircases begin at the base of the foyer and wind towards the second floor ballroom, forming a heart shape as they ascend. You take the stone stairs, feeling the smooth mahogany handrail beneath your palm. Basil races ahead, owning the castle with each confident step of her furry paws. She knows every cranny and hiding spot in the castle's 75 rooms. The rose-hued stone walls are illuminated by glass lanterns containing antique light bulbs. They cast the stairs in an amber hue, and you feel as if you are floating through honey when you walk through the soft light. You come to a sapphire blue carpet on the landing and feel your slippered feet sink into it. It feels as plush as the moss where the capercaillie sang, and you relish the sensation. There are 6 double doors that are more than 3 times your height and expand towards the high archways of the domed ceiling. You open one of the heavy doors, hearing it softly creak as you enter the ballroom. It is dimly lit by a series of 3 chandeliers that cause the light to reflect like illuminated petals scattered across the dark, checkered floor. Basil runs to the center of the dance floor and rolls onto her back, comfortable and playful. Windows run from the floor to the ceiling, surrounded by rich purple satin drapes that grace the floor. Black silk wallpaper covers the walls in textured floral designs. You walk to the windows and look out onto the darkness of the night. You see lightning dance across the dark sea. These flashes of light briefly fill the warmly lit room with cooler hues of white. Rain cascades down the multi-paned windows, trickling around the intricate metal grids around each pane of glass. You look to the clear drops that are slightly tinted silvery blue and take in their beauty before you close your eyes and just listen. The sounds of the rain padding on the sill and the sounds of the trickling streams of water soothes you, and you feel your own fluidity, the flow of your body as you travel through the castle with ease. You open your eyes and gracefully walk to the center of the ballroom and stand beneath the middle chandelier. You look up to it, and magically within each crystal, you see a ball that was hosted at the castle over time. You see happy guests and orchestras playing. You admire the fashionable attire of the guests, with each crystal representing a different year in time. Going back centuries, You admire the corseted gowns and regal attire of the guests, and you watch as attendees waltz around the room. In another crystal, you see a party in the mid-20th century, and a woman in a red gown dancing with a dapper gentleman who leads her confidently across the very checkered floor where you now stand, and Basil rolls about. Your imagination is invoked. The dances and joyous occasions over time have seeped into the walls of the castle, and you can feel their reverberations like warm, comforting waves that caress and soothe you. With a softness in your body, you walk towards an exit that leads into a library, with Basil prancing behind you. Original books from heralded authors line the shelves that run from the floor to the ceiling. The ceiling is so high that a ladder on wheels is fixed to a track that runs around the perimeter of the room. Basil runs to the ladder and rubs her face against the lowest of the smooth wooden rungs. You envision the joyous fun to come from being pushed around the room on this ladder, imagining you could absorb the wisdom of the millions of words captured on these pages through time. The room smells of old books. That sweet, musky, decadent, muted aroma weaves with the fragrance of the wood burning in the lofty, large fireplace. You take a seat on a teal velvet settee and listen to the fire crackle and the rain that falls outside the window. Basil scurries towards you and jumps onto the settee. She curls up alongside you and rests her head on your lap, purring contentedly. A staff member has left a silver tray on an antique end table. It contains a silver pot of freshly steeped tea that you pour into a delicate porcelain teacup. The botanical fragrance of the brew meets your nose in a cloud of steam, and you inhale it before you sigh out your breath. You feel more relaxed than you have felt in a very long time. There is a lightness in your lungs and your heart center, as if the knots of stress that grew over time have been untied and released, like the rain now released from the storm clouds. You feel cozy, tucked in the heart of the plush settee and the velvet robe. With the tea fixed to your liking, you bring the cup to your lips and enjoy the smooth edge of it. Your lips are instantly warmed by the tea, and you feel the silky liquid cascade down your throat. You look up to the seemingly endless rows of books, admiring the weathered burgundy and green and royal blue and black spines. You feel blessed to have access to all this wisdom gathered through time, with words and stories that comfort you in times of your own struggle and growth. They let you know that you are not alone. and you may prevail. Creating the most enjoyable personal story for you, because you are the writer and storyteller of your own life. You finish the tea and rise, ready to retire for the night. You exit the library to a long, dark hallway with a cool stone floor that is covered by a marine blue runner. In the bleary haze of tiredness, the carpet reminds you of a babbling blue stream flowing over a bed of rocks. You come to the stairwell of the north wing, which has the best views of the sea, and you climb the winding stone stairs up 3 flights. Your fluffy feline companion runs ahead, her soft feet pattering on the stairs. You feel the tiredness in your body the more you climb, and you appreciate your feet that have carried you through this day and through this life as you ascend up and up and further up. You arrive at the top floor. The halls are warmer and cheerier in decor. A thick cream-colored rug runs the length of the hallway. Atop the blonde wood flooring, like a puffy cloud, it conjures thoughts of slumber and peace. When you open the doors, you enter a room that meets your fanciest of desires. Basil softly sprints into the suite. A fire is burning vibrantly in the cream-hued marble fireplace. The golden flames flicker and dance on the opulent walls. There is a canopy bed in the center of the suite, with drapes and bedding in the colors you find most tranquil. Your feline companion jumps onto the high bed and cuddles into a pillow. An antique sapphire blue glass lamp sits on a sculpted marble bed table and casts the room in marine tones. The gilded light from the fire marries the blue light and reminds you of summery days at sea, when the sun reflects off the blue waters. There is a nook in the suite with an armchair and throw blanket. This chair is positioned perfectly by the window. It's the ideal place to meditate in the morning and to read and journal at night. Turquoise velvet drapes hang around the bow windows that curve out over the sea cliffs. You look below to see the crashing waves, made out only by the white crests that reflect the lightning flashing across the sea. You listen to the rain continue to fall and feel enchanted by the hypnotic rhythm, listening to one drop at a time. The rolling thunder sounds like the deep tones of a softly played timpani. Nature's orchestra plays on outside the castle and the romantic setting of the Scottish Highlands. You draw the heavy curtains closed, feeling their buttery soft texture in your hands as they block out the sound and the light flashing outside. This action makes the suite feel like a cozy den, perfect for slumber. You change into a pair of satin pajamas that have been draped over the bed. The silky fabric feels luxurious against your skin, and you peel back the heavy bedspread and cool cotton sheets. You climb into the bed and turn off the light as you snuggle next to the purring, fluffy kitty. There is a vase of dried lavender sprigs on the bedside table, and the sleep-inducing aroma helps you relax further as you take in a deep breath and sigh it out. The fire crackles and pops, and the stormy winds blow against the castle. A castle that has survived many a storm and siege, and always offered safety and warmth and protection within its stone walls. You close your eyes and feel your head sink deeper into the plush pillows, going down, 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 drifting towards sleep and magical dreams. And you may either surrender to sleep's embrace or let your mind wander to the next sleep story. Castle Dreams in Scotland. Have you ever seen a place so beautiful and enchanting that you longed to reach your arms around it in a grateful hug? In this moment, your heart swells, and you wonder how you could repay the landscape for the wonder and joy it imparts. In the West Scottish Highlands, the desire comes to you again and again. Mist hovers over the rolling hills and moss-covered paths, where slender gray roads slither around centuries-old cottages. Locks, considered to be arms of the sea, create inlets that amplify the beauty of the highlands and their glassy reflective surfaces. A steam train speeds across the Glenfinnan Aqueduct on a bridge that rises high above rolling meadows. The whistle of the train travels for miles and reverberates through the highlands on days like this. The hills are dressed for autumn and resemble a patchwork quilt of rich oranges, mustard yellow, and rusty brown hues. This mystical setting inspired the world of Harry Potter and the Hogwarts Express. You find yourself on the other side of Loch Linnhe on a perfect October day for exploring. Far off the beaten path, your feet land on the Pine Marten Trail with careful precision. Sometimes muddy, but more often covered in moss and grass in more shades of green than you've ever seen before. The path is named after an indigenous weasel, rarely seen by human eyes. One might be more apt to encounter a fairy than the velvety brown face of the adorable cat-sized creature. As you inhale the aroma of rich earth and evergreens, a silvery mist lands on your skin, and you feel as if you have entered a different realm. The woodlands are quiet, but for the distant trickle of a brook. Moss cloaks fallen trees and stones weathered by time in a lush green blanket that engulfs everything on the trail. Emerald green ferns susurrate in the cool breeze. The wind carries a brisk hint of winter that the warm sun softens. You inhale deeply and see your breath condense in a smoky white cloud as you exhale. You are dressed comfortably in a cable-knit sweater and scarf purchased from a local shop in golden and jewel tones that celebrate the season, and a pair of well-worn jeans. White birch trees dapple the forest of old trees that rise out of the damp earth with their bases covered in fuzzy yellow moss. Along the trail, you arrive at a clearing that reveals rocky cliffs and a palette of autumn leaves in hues of yellow topaz, lime green, orange marmalade, copper, and plum. The woods arouse a sense of antiquity, a sacred place where secrets are kept in tree hollows and treasure chests are buried beneath the gnarly branches and knotted roots. You are careful with each step on this unpredictable terrain, where roots rise above the earth like the fingers of an ancient hand grasping a crystal ball. The late afternoon light filters through the canopy of trees, basking you in warmth and gold sparkles. You balance on a moss-covered fallen tree that forms a natural bridge over a babbling brook. Your intuition guides you to follow the crystal water that flows over metallic-hued rocks that glimmer in the sun. The sound of rushing water becomes louder as the stream leads to a waterfall. You pause and close your eyes as the gurgling melody soothes your spirit. You inhale the fresh Scottish air. You take in every sensation at this moment. The warmth of your sweater and scarf, the cool mist on your face and hands, the rich, intoxicating smells of the forest that provide a healing tonic with each breath. The pure, fragrant air makes you long to breathe in deeper and more often. You feel the damp mud and limestone rocks beneath your comfortable hiking sneakers as they connect to the earth in this moment of splendor. Birds sing out, and you hear the rustle of fern leaves. You would have missed the sound had you not paused to take in this moment. You open your eyes and stay very still. And suddenly a small, furry creature appears. A pine marten stands on its hind legs to peer over the feathery green leaves. Its beady black eyes and a camel-hued patch of fur on its neck and belly stand out in the verdant landscape. The rarely seen animal assesses that it can trust you and curiously takes you in. Its sweet face reminds you of a ferret or field mouse, and its bushy brown tail is fox-like. The pine marten continues past the waterfall and stands near its peak, looking back at you until you begin to follow along. You walk carefully, focusing on the bushy tail that guides you towards a clearing. Within moments, to your surprise, the pine marten leads you to the ferry bridge. A thin veil of mist wafts above the clear water and surrounds the stone arch. The pine marten looks to you and then to the bridge and dashes off into the woods as if it has completed its mission. Lacy white ripples form in the current and slip over lichen-covered stones beneath the footbridge. The underbelly of the bridge curves like a royal ring made of ancient stones, now covered in chartreuse-hued moss. Along the railing of the bridge, vertical rock shards reach towards the canopy of trees and gray skies like spires. Many have crossed the ethereal bridge and claimed to feel like a different person having crossed it. The babbling burn sounds different. The gurgling water here has a higher pitch and a mellifluous sound that echoes beneath the bridge. It sounds like a song of fairies. You ascend a small knoll and approach the bridge. Something in the air feels different in this woodland oasis. The whispering winds carry the hopes of fairies, as if to say, "Enjoy this moment." The rustling ferns and trees carry the same message. Please enjoy. You take in a deep breath as you come to the bridge and smell the faint, briny aroma on the sea. The contentment you feel confirms that life is full of hidden gems, perhaps off the beaten path. They require effort and time, but are beyond worth the work they entail. The calming energy and the storybook setting will return to you time and again, fantastical like a dream that your memory recall cannot guarantee happened or was just a vision from sleep. Of course, it does not matter, because the hope and inspiration will feel real regardless. You make your way across the small bridge, one step at a time. You stand in the center and look down at the tiny white bubbles that form in the moving water. A small frog hops across a series of stones, half emerging from the water, and lands on the stream bank. You are inspired in this magical setting to make a wish for yourself. Places like this make the impossible seem within reach, and so you dig through your deepest wishes. The ones so grand you may even hide them from yourself. You look out at the waterfall and mystical forest and make this wish. like the dreamers and visionaries that have come before you, brave enough to dream. You smile softly, and your heart becomes warm as you welcome the promise of this wish coming true. Dreaming is often a form of planning, so why not plan for the best? The sun lowers directly between the trees to create a golden spotlight on the stone path of the bridge. It emerges from gray clouds that have appeared throughout the afternoon. You step to the other side, and whether imagined or real, you feel transformed. There is a lightness in your chest, and the muscles of your face relax. The moment reminds you of how transformative it can feel to be immersed in nature and in a new place. Your mind is in tune with the splendorous now, uncovering new paths and beguiling views you have never seen before this moment. You return to the path, finding your way back to your vehicle quicker than you expected. Now familiar, you easily come to the back of a secluded lot. Despite the chill of fall, you long to feel fresh air on your face and keep the top down of the convertible you rented. The car is a classic and your favorite color. Driving it makes you feel like the star in an old film. And the winding roads of Scotland in autumn offer mesmerizing beauty around each bend. Elephant gray clouds cover the sun. The bleak palette of the sky contrasts the vibrant golds, reds, and oranges of the landscape, enhancing their vivacity. You drive past centuries-old stone cottages and grazing sheep, not witnessing another soul on your journey to the Black Castle. The wind is brisk on this leisurely drive and causes your nose and ears to tingle with a feeling of aliveness. You inhale the cool air as notes of the sea become more pronounced and marry the flinty perfume of wet stones. The road winds to the west, and as you ascend a hill, the vista opens to reveal rolling fields carpeted in lush green grass. The baying of a sheep carries over the sound of the tires driving over gravel as you slow down to take in the scenery. The meadows roll into a stony shore that lines the loch. Rusty red clusters of changing leaves border the perimeter of the meadows. Across the loch, you see the charcoal silhouette of the mountain peaks of Glencoe. A thick fog rolls in as the sun sets, and you turn onto a narrow road. The winding lane cuts through thick woods and eventually leads to the castle gate. Erected in the 1600s, the castle overlooks the reflective water of Loch Creenar. From the highest tower, the reflection of the highlands and autumn colors on the water resembles an oil painting capturing October's beauty. There was once a railway station in Barcaldine, but now the only way is by vehicle. The Black Castle is one of the only nearby castles to welcome guests as a bed and breakfast. You park as the sun cuts through the clouds with honey light, its beams grasping at the landscape to leave one final mark before disappearing for the day. Conical towers and turrets of the Black Castle jut against the sky. The bone white and gray stones are cast in shimmering light. The gilded light saturates the vibrant autumnal hues, and Loch Creenar resembles a molten mirror. You walk up the gravel path to the front of the castle and open the door into the foyer. Mahogany wood panels cover the lower half of the walls, while the top halves are painted ivory. Cedar-hued tufted leather armchairs and a sofa are arranged around a roaring fire that warms the air with amber light. A rustic metal chandelier hangs from the wood-paneled ceiling and illuminates the room in incandescent light. Oil paintings capture bucolic scenes of the Highlands in rich hues. You are the only guest, free to roam the castle as darkness sets in. A ceramic pot of hot tea rests on a silver tray on a wood table by the fire. You settle into an armchair and enjoy a flaky scone with a cup of tea. The fragrant, silky drink warms you from the inside out as it flows down your throat. You had not realized how chilly you were until being confronted by the warmth of this tonic and the dancing flames in the stone fireplace. Black soot creates a pattern of points inside the stone fireplace that resembles the silhouette of mountain peaks across the loch. So much of the imagery in the Highlands appear again and again in different forms. The rug beneath your feet reminds you of the ubiquitous moss that blankets the woodlands. The stone walls of the castle remind you of the jagged cliffs and ferry bridge. You settle into the chair, lost in what feels like a reverie, as your eyes focus on the translucent flames that consume the logs. You inhale deeply, smelling the botanical notes of the tea and the sweet charred wood of the fire. You wish to explore before sleep takes over. Darkness of night makes the castle more mysterious and alluring. The innkeeper mentioned a secret passageway that runs from the main room to your suite, and you take this time to investigate. You stand and examine the four walls of the room and notice a thin outline of light next to a bookshelf that overflows with dusty old books. You brush your hands against the wall to reveal a door that opens into a narrow, dark corridor. Glass and bronze sconces contain electric candles that illuminate the dim passageway. You enter it and run your hands across the stone walls that feel grainy and cool. The passageway leads to a secret spiral staircase that winds its way through 3 floors. You follow the stairs, carefully taking one step at a time. You come to a small octagon window before reaching the top floor. You are surprised to discover the magical view of a clear, starry sky reflecting on the loch. A nearly full moon is surrounded by an opal halo that reflects on the still water. You recall the curious eyes of the pine marten and imagine the sweet animal tucked in a tree hollow, resting for the night. The window is so small, it's barely noticeable on the outside walls of the castle. You feel like a detective, unseen from the outside, yet granted an expansive view from the secret stairwell. You inhale deeply and expect the landscape of the West Highlands beneath a starry sky will color your dreams to come. This thought brings awareness to the tiredness you feel in your muscles and bones. You've walked many steps during this day of adventures. You yearn to take the last set of stairs to the comforts of your suite. You ascend to the 3rd floor and open the door into a hallway that leads to your room. You open the heavy wooden door into the suite. A fire burns in the fireplace on the opposite wall. The air is dry and warm, a noted change from the shadowy staircase. Ornately carved ivory crown molding divides the ceiling from scarlet walls. The dark oak floors creak beneath your feet as embers crackle and pop in the fireplace. A mahogany 4-poster king-sized bed is in the center of the room. The bed was commissioned in the 19th century, and hand-carved scrolls decorate the posts. You continue to walk towards the regal bathroom that has marble floors and a clawfoot tub. You turn on the antique faucets in the tub to start a shower. As the water takes time to warm, you light 2 candles on the sink. The candlelight flickers and steam fills the room. You take a shower and wash away the day with sea kelp soap made in Scotland. The aroma of the lather fills the steamy air with a clean fragrance that conjures images of sailing across a loch on a picturesque day. You inhale deeply as warm water cascades over your skin and soothes your muscles. You feel so relaxed you could melt like candle wax. A cloud white towel that smells of Scottish heather welcomes you with downy warmth as you exit the tub. You bury your nose into the cotton and inhale deeply as you dry your face. You remove flannel pajamas from a satin hanger that dangles from an antique door hook and change into them. You return to the bedroom and pull back a heavy comforter as the flames continue to dance against the stone walls of the fireplace. Everything about this moment feels luxurious, timeless, comforting, and warm. You imagine the many souls who returned from the cold dampness of the highlands to revel in the warm walls and firelight. The room is silent, but for the fire, and the castle walls mute the noise of the outside world. You walk to the window to take in the view one last time. You draw the heavy jacquard drapes and then climb into bed, comfortable beneath the comforter and crisp sheets. Your head sinks into a sea of plush pillows that contour around your neck and head. Your mind drifts through the magical in-between of your waking life and sleeping life. Visions of the day appear like the trailer for an early Technicolor film. You see the fairy bridge and surrounding woodlands, the crystal water cascading over shimmering stones, and the rolling meadows surrounded by rustic gates overlooking the water as horses and sheep graze. The fire crackles and pops as flames become silvery magenta embers. Warm, safe, and relaxed. This is one of the most comforting places you have ever fallen asleep. Come morning, you will awaken to the white gold light of sunrise pouring over the loch and coppery leaves of autumn. But now you drift across the bridge to sleep. And like the fairy bridge, crossing this passage will heal you, and you will awaken changed, refreshed, and restored. Your head sinks deeper into the pillow, and you bring the comforter and sheets to just above your chin. You sigh one last time before being completely immersed in the land of sleep. And now you can rest deeply or simply let the next story unfold around you. Winter Soiree at the castle. It's hard to imagine how such a glorious castle was erected in the 15th century, long before the conveniences of modern technology. Surrounded by snow-covered mountains that jut against a silvery gray sky, over a dozen castle spires rise out from towers as if to emulate the jagged peaks. The strong lines pierce the sky as if to say they are unafraid and will endure no matter what fate brings their way. You arrived centuries after the castle was built and understand the veracity of the spires. The castle is as beautiful as it has ever been. Perched above a frozen river, with small jagged blocks of ice tinted light blue, it dazzles in festive holiday decor. Every embellishment sparkles, shines, or reflects natural and human-created beauty. Hand-blown, glittery gold glass balls hang from the ceilings, illuminated by antique crystal chandeliers that drip like tears of joy. Evergreen boughs as lush as the neighboring forest are strewn across every bit of wainscoting and every banister. The palace smells of balsam fir and melting candle wax from the hundreds of candelabras placed on mantels, tables, and the 3 grand pianos in the ballrooms and main hall. 3-foot-wide glass snowflakes hang from the ceiling of the library that spans 2 floors. Tiny twinkling lights surround the perimeters of floor-to-ceiling mahogany bookshelves. Every nook and room of the castle has been dressed for the occasion. Earlier in the day, you attended a fitting organized by costumers who've traveled from Broadway, Paris, and the West End to dress guests for the annual affair. This year's costume palette is winter whites and icy blues. Rack upon rack of glittering, velvety, and silky suits and gowns filled the room. The beaded, sequined, and shiny garments gleamed in hundreds of varying shades of white, silver, and icy blues. Charlotte, your stylist, brought you a half-dozen items that you tried on before an ornate mirror embellished with gold. The 3-sided mirror wrapped around you as you felt each article hug your body in a flattering way. But one piece stood out the most and brought you the confidence of a small child in their favorite fictional character's costume. It resurrected memories of articles of clothing you once wore in your life that captured that special time and defined it. Charlotte tailored the regal fabric around your body and remarked how you were glowing. The joy you felt during your fitting radiated from the inside. All the guests invited to attend the Winter Soiree were selected by a secret international kindness society. In a harsh world, this group of individuals had their ways of scouring the globe to find the most deserving souls. And you were chosen to be one of them. The funny thing about kind souls is that when they are rewarded, often their first response is to give back even more. It humbled you to stand in the fitting room as sunlight cut between the ice-capped mountains and poured into the room. When you caught your reflection, you saw that you were glowing. Your eyes sparkled. An aura formed around you, and the icy blues and whites of your ensemble. Charlotte remarked, half joking, that your aura looked good on you. In addition to travel accommodations and wardrobe for the ball, all the attendees received an engraved piece, a locket or a pocket watch engraved with this message: kindness begets kindness. Keep shining your light. Now, hours later, you lazily enjoy the afternoon in your regal suite. As the sun slips towards the mountains, you enjoy a luxurious bath in a clawfoot marble tub and peer out small diamond-shaped windows that look out onto snowy hills and the Carpathian peaks. Long after your skin has become pruny and your muscles have become as soft as the wax of dripping pillar candles that frame the tub, you rise out of the bubbly water. You feel reset and ready for a soiree. Your skin is silky, and you dry yourself in a fluffy towel that could wrap around you twice. You play around with the magical body care potions left in your powder room and then dress for the evening. The ceilings of the palatial suite are over 15 feet high. Thick gold brocade drapes cover the windows, with dozens of panes encased in metal frames. The light dusting of snow turns a peachy shade in the last light of the day. A trail of cars and horse-drawn carriages slithers on a single-lane road and a stone bridge that goes over the frozen river and leads to the castle. Ivory headlights illuminate the shadows cast from evergreen trees, coated in a pearly dusting of snow. The outside world sparkles as much as the interior of the castle. You check yourself one last time in the mirror and smile as you run your fingers over the engraved gift that reminds you of how you arrived here by being kind. Yet over a lifetime, actively choosing kindness is a gift in itself. And tonight, choosing to be kind to yourself is just as important as all the kindness bestowed upon others. No matter how unfair the world has seemed at times, no matter how often it may feel that the crooked schemers are the ones who get ahead, your presence in this dreamy castle setting shows a reassuring reality that kindness wins out. Your suite, like every other room of the palace, has its own holiday tree. Vintage jewel-toned metallic glass ornaments, nearly a century old, reflect the flickering flames in the stone fireplace. A pair of satin pajamas are neatly folded at the end of the bed, which will be turned down by the staff as you enjoy the ball. It comforts you to know this regal sanctuary waits for you and will welcome you after the soiree. You open the double doors and enter the hall that comes to life with other guests. The silvery blue and white glamorous attire glitters and fills the hallway like an icy blue river. Women in ball gowns come down from tower suites. The sounds of their clicking heels on winding marble stairs echo throughout the castle. You follow the guests from the west wing into the main hall, where more guests arrive, and ascend the royal blue carpet that rolls out onto the snow-dusted driveway. A sharp breeze of fresh air from the open doors encourages you to take a deep breath, reminding you of the majesty of the surrounding mountains. The soft, inquisitive murmurs of guests are supported by the romantic swells of a string quartet that plays from a gazebo suspended from the ceiling. The gazebo drips in holiday lights and hangs near a crystal and gold chandelier that is just as large. Two aerialists dressed in glittering bodysuits perform in an aerial hoop shaped like a white crescent moon and baby blue silks that hang from the ceiling. Silver, white, and sapphire blue velvet ribbons, as thick as one's arm, are tied around fresh garlands strung throughout the hall. Dozens of waiters in white velvet suits and frilly blue shirts weave in and out of the crowd, gaily offering effervescent drinks and hors d'oeuvres, so perfectly designed and assembled that eating them almost feels like a crime. And yet you imbibe and sample each one. The elixir tingles down your throat, and the delicacies coat your palate with umami splendor. So many wondrous sensations accompany this moment that you lose count of them and try to hold on to the pleasures to remind you of how wonderful it can feel to be alive. The way your fancy attire feels against your skin and the confidence it brings you. The deep connection you feel to everyone in this room, partaking in the experience with an equal sense of appreciation and gratitude. The way the flames flicker in candelabras and cause your mind to drift to earlier times in the castle's history. The fragrant air that smells of winter, mulled spices, and burning logs in the fire. Doors open into two opposite-facing ballrooms on each side of the main hall. In one, an orchestra plays Tchaikovsky. And at the end of the room, there is the grandest holiday tree in the castle. In the other room, a smorgasbord features a feast of international cuisine, of the finest savory holiday treats and sweet confections. You walk into the feast and admire the stations of glistening, piping hot foods. They look so perfect, as if taken from the cover of a cooking magazine. Some of them are decadent in almost cartoonish ways, reminding you of royal scenes in entertainment that you watched as a child. 100 tables are dressed with snow-white satin tablecloths and ornate vases that rise high above the tables and hold winter white lilies and periwinkle hydrangeas that perfume the room. You sit in a 19th century upholstered chair that would please even Louis XIV. Flavors linger on your palate until you are so satiated your body becomes warm and full. You feel as if you have drifted into a dream or a movie you once saw long ago. And as you think of your first daydreams about castles and mystical villages in the mountains, you look up and see the sparkling eyes of someone you do not know, yet they feel quite familiar. They emanate warmth and give you a sense of peace. This is the kind of night that makes lifetime friends in an instant. A castle full of strangers brought together to be jubilant and celebrated for being good people. This kind soul invites you to follow them into the ballroom for a dance. Their eyes remind you of someone trustworthy from your youth. Their smile reminds you of someone who once dared you to buck the rules and be your authentic self. Their demeanor reminds you of someone who always looked after you, even when you were unaware that they were. Other couples gather on the dance floor beneath 5 chandeliers that hang among oversized ornaments filled with snowy landscapes and fairy lights. The ceiling is a celestial blue with flecks of gold that depict an opulent sky. Your new friend brings you to the heart of the dance floor, and your body moves in ways it hasn't before. You glide across the marble floor, stepping in time with the orchestra and your dance partner. Floor-to-ceiling windows span 3 walls of the ballroom, some looking out on the silhouette of mountains basking in the moonlight. The interior windows look out onto a courtyard as flurries fall on a frozen marble fountain and Christmas tree. The snowy weather makes the warm glow of the chandeliers and candles throughout the room feel warmer. The ballroom dancers, in their silvery white and shimmering blue attire move like snowflakes on a gentle breeze, gliding and hovering over the earth before gracefully landing to the beat of the music. Your heart feels open and warm. Your lips tingle from smiling. The muscles in your cheeks softly yet pleasantly burn from the constant smiling and laughter that this night has brought on. Spotlights come up on the stage and the orchestra quiets. A singer you have longed to see all your life takes the stage, standing in the center of the orchestra. More guests fill the ballroom and cheer at the surprise performance. The music carries you to places you've forgotten. The melodies and lyrics of your favorite performer have helped you feel less alone on your hardest days and have helped you celebrate your best moments. In this faraway land known as Transylvania, you are connected with a piece of home in the splendor of a snowy dream. You wish the performance would last forever. It's made all the more special because it is a surprise, and it feels amazing to know that life can still surprise you in the best of ways. Each new day brings that promise if you seek it and believe. The performance ends and the orchestra plays a waltz. Elegant dancers take the floor again, like royal couples of yesteryear. You step 1, 2, 3 with your new friend, smiling and giggling as you glide across the floor. When the dance ends, the doors to the courtyard open, and everyone gathers outside to light sparklers and stand around the tree. Wicker baskets contain heavy shawls and blankets that guests drape around themselves to enjoy the snowfall and keep warm. You and your friend wrap one another in the soft, weighted fabric that keeps you dry from the falling snow. Once the sparklers have been passed out and lit by all, the crowd holds them high in the air. The iridescent glow of the snow and the silver sparklers shooting off into the night creates an impression you will not forget. One of the organizers of this gathering stands on a platform near the tree to introduce herself. Her silvery blue gown sparkles with thousands of tiny crystals hand-sewn into the skirt. Delicate lights shine from beneath the layers of powder blue tulle that blows over a hoop skirt. She gives off the kind energy of a fairy or a good witch as she directs the revelers with a sparkler raised towards the sky and says, kindness is the light that glows through the darkest moments. It warms the coldest nights. Thank you for celebrating. Be as kind to yourself as you are to others, and keep shining. And tucked within the courtyard of a historic castle within the mountains of Transylvania on a cold, wintry night, you experience the light of kindness even as the sparklers go dim. One by one, attendees return indoors, and you are the last to remain. You stand in the quietude, bundled in a blanket, as large, wet snowflakes melt on your cheeks. And as you cannot believe life has brought you to this magical gathering so far from home, you realize it is best to expect the unexpected. The best things in life often can surpass and exceed the greatest dreams of the most hopeful dreamers. And you deserve to experience the splendor as much as anyone. You walk indoors as the soiree begins to die down. The smorgasbord has been cleared to make room for tea, a sleepy elixir to help the guests unwind as they return to their suites and accommodations in the village. You settle at a table with your new friend and sip a lavender tea served in fine china, edged with silver and decorated with hand-painted snowflakes. Your eyes become tired and bleary as you look at the silky liquid that becomes like a small cinema screen. And in the purple-hued tea, you see an earlier version of yourself from this night, swept away by the music and dancing with ease. This imagery makes you smile, and you hope to find ways to be as carefree and joyous in your daily life. Your friend offers to walk with you to the West Wing. You smile and stand, and with your arms threaded together at the elbow, you wander the hallway like playmates in grade school. The wind howls outside the castle, and its whistles echo through the stone walls. You arrive at your suite. Your friend offers a comforting hug goodnight, and you slip behind the heavy double doors for a night of deep sleep. The fire roars, having been recently stoked, and your bed has been turned down by the staff. You change out of your fancy attire and hang it on the front of an armoire so you may admire it and remember the night come morning. The royal satin pajamas fit you perfectly, with silky, breathable fabric that feels lightweight on your skin. You wash your face and brush your teeth in the opulent bathroom. And then you return to the bedroom and hoist yourself up into the canopy bed. You nestle your head in the half-dozen fluffy pillows covered in sateen cases. Firelight dances on the bed, and you feel its warmth as you bury yourself beneath the heavy comforter. The crackles and pops of burning wood create a soporific soundtrack when joined by the wintry winds and snow pelting against the windows. All but one of the windows has the curtains drawn shut, and you are happy to look out onto the magical snowy landscape. You feel grateful that this enchanting scene is the last you will see before closing your eyes and drifting to sleep. Like a child resisting a nap, you try your hardest to keep your eyes open, fighting to enjoy nature's beauty as it unfolds. But soon, the hypnotic snowflakes encourage tiredness to take over, and you surrender to its offer of respite as you drift deeper and deeper into a state of relaxation. Hope burns within you like the flames of the fire. It guides you towards healing dreams of peace. You are free to treat your dreamscape as a blank canvas, with your desires like paintbrushes dipping into watercolors, flowing out of you from your imagination. And as sleep appeals to you, you are free to let go of my voice. You are free to drift across the magical bridge between your waking life and the world of sleep that awaits, finding bliss, finding serenity, finding deep peace, finding sleep. It's time to dream away.